Speaking of Peglin and crazy numbers, last night in my game, David,
Mhm.
I one shot the dragon and got, I want to say, in the 100,000 numbers.
Well, that run came out well.
Yeah. Let's just say summoning circles. It wasn't for that run. It was another run where I got pretty crazy numbers. But
Summoning circles upon summoning circles can get very silly.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right, let's look here. Run summary. There it is. All right, let me look. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh yeah, 2 million. I actually got 2 million.
All right. Sounds like you had a couple shenanigans in there really helping it all come together.
Yep.
So I'm assuming it was something along the lines of like 3 stacked summoning circles all feeding into something
No,
that
this one actually had no summoning circles.
Oh, huh. All right.
I've had
Because
summoning
it's 4
circles
that you
though.
said summoning circles was
Yeah, that was
the
that was
gimmick,
in
but
another one that got crazy numbers. I think at one I did 2 summoning circles in the gold orb, and that's one where I got the achievement where I hit 1,000 pegs in one run. Because you know the gold orb where every hit spawns another gold orb.
Yep. But of course destroys the peg. Yeah.
Oh, but there's ways.
Yeah.
If you refresh, have a nice little strong refresh build. I find the strongest builds in this game is when you can modify the pegboard. Not the actual like adding like plus or minus to your own guy.
Oh yeah. Like being able to just make pegs worth more is generally worth more than making the ball itself worth more.
Yeah. Or your character, like whatever, like the muscle or the crit add.
Hmm.
Like I find that, yeah. Especially refresh builds are just amazingly strong. Oh yeah, it was also I think it was like with a magnet and also an explosive rock. So it just keeps the magnet pull just keep on going with refresh. And so it just goes on for ages.
Hmm.
Again, you're
Okay.
asking the wrong guy. Yep. Once David's poking, if he's the one who'll once he figures out how to do it, he'll be able to help you if he can do it.
Okay, so is there an editor I'm supposed to be using for this? Yeah, these files are not readable, so something's got to be generating them.
Hmm. You also had to change how the bullets look. You have to make everything not. And you have to change the sound. All right, this is counting towards media though right now. This is not modding. Hmm. Hmm. I mean, this is where modifying is starting to really turn to cheating. This is where I say, for me, especially for me, it's like when you're intentionally making things like at the store, like a cent. That's when, like, so if you could just get all the boom stuff without earning it, I mean, it's essentially cheating. No. Maybe. Right here. This is your face. Your face is right here. If it's no.
Ugh, that was a useless site.
It's not, again, like, as long as you're not doing multiplayer, you're fine. Like, you could mod your game up and down. I mean, you can see if the Hunter Call of the Wild has any. They have modding support, but you can see, like, if they have. I think that's the case. I don't. I don't.
That's pretty much always the case, with the exception of, like, always online nonsense. That, yeah.
They may have ranked servers and non-ranked servers. I don't know the Hunter Call of the Wild. Like, you can look up modding, what's allowed and not allowed. I'll just look at modding Hunter Call of the Wild, what's allowed, not allowed. Mods allowed in the Hunter. Some mods might be considered cheats or alter the game balance, which can impact multiplayer experience. Okay, so it's saying, in summary, there is no official guidance on what is okay to mod in the Hunter Call of the Wild. The community has created a range of mods that focus on visual enhancements. So it looks like, at least from the AI, it looks like the developers have not said what's like too far.
So, generally, I suppose the way to take that would be, if you're doing multiplayer, if the answer to does this mod give me an advantage over someone who hasn't modded their game is yes, then
you need headphones. Okay, 1 second. All right, Broheim, we gotta change things up. So, put on your headphones.
have this mod and someone else doesn't, yeah, are you at an advantage over them? Then in that case, that mod would be a cheat. Yeah, because at the end of the day, you're not giving yourself an advantage over anyone else. You might be making the game awfully easy for yourself, which could very easily just ruin the experience. But yes, there would be nothing wrong with modifying your single player game to your heart's content. Anyways, so it looks like, as best I can figure, the textures in this game are stored in a DDSC format, which apparently is related to Windows Direct Draw. Looking into how to change that. Let's see. There's a process. Here, I'm going to go ahead and send you a link to what I've found so far. It's worth noting that the instructions here are for a different game, but they're useful because they teach how to modify this type of file, which I frankly just haven't seen before. Oh, wait. Okay, apparently paint dot. Okay, well, I think at this point we can pretty safely say that this isn't something that can just be done in a single evening. At least not before you have learned the process. But it is at least doable. that's not good. That program doesn't exist anymore.
The program to do the modification doesn't exist anymore.
For that particular tutorial.
Hmm.
But it would appear that I have found a rather rather quickly found another one that actually looks to be a much more general purpose tutorial.
Hmm.
I'll link it as well as I'm reading through it. But I mean, that sounds like with that title, it's pretty much exactly what we're looking for, though.
So Broheim, I mean not Broheim, David has shared. He has linked a tutorial on what needs to be done. So scroll down. Oh, where did you link it? You link it in chat? Oh, there it is.
General, yeah.
So that one right there. How to create texture replacers. Visit. Don't hit trust. Visit.
Okay. Well, now that I'm reading through it, it looks like this tutorial is made with Elder Scrolls Oblivion in mind. I suppose we will see how repurposable it is. But if nothing else, it does at least have the means to teach us how to deal with DDS files.
Is this your first time dealing with DDS?
Yes. Oh, great. Well, that's two more. You have 404 not found. That's not good. Oh. Okay. Well, if you have Photoshop, there's apparently an extension for it for working with DDS files, but I don't think any of us have Photoshop.
I think Photoshop comes with.
Okay, let's see.
Oh, I was thinking Paint. Windows Paint, but
no. It looks like paint.net is another option. Okay. Oh. Well, I've never used it. I've heard of paint.net before. It's just, yeah, it's free image editing software. Looks like in this case, it's pretty much only being used because it knows how to open DDS files. And so it's essentially just being used as a glorified DDS to PNG converter. And then this guy recommends you then turn around and use GIMP for the actual editing. Okay. Well, that's certainly a workaround to that guy's recommending. Well, this is a rabbit. This is proving to be a rabbit hole and a half.
Oh yeah. It explains why when you look at the modding list, it's not
extensive.
Yeah, it seemed pretty lackluster.
Yeah.
Is Photoshop by Windows, I'm guessing then?
Think Photoshop is it? Let me double check. I don't think it is.
Oh, it might be an Adobe program.
Yeah, it's Adobe Photoshop.
Makes sense.
No, in unrelated news, I believe I discovered how you got your multi-millions results.
Oh yeah.
Yes, multi-ball plus the one that has multipliers based on what they land in.
Let me look. I'll quickly take a photo on the results. So run summary. I did it on my phone. Here we go. So this was my build. Yeah.
Hmm?
I just shared it on Free Friday.
Ah, all right.
Well, just know that
Hmm.
this is going to be a this is going to be like David is having to teach himself the steps to mod in the Hunter Call of the Wild. And then after he teaches himself, then he's going to have to then teach you how to do it. It's not a simple like that. It's not like the mod builder doesn't have the capability to do what you want to do.
Yeah, the mod builder is pretty much exclusively for making, I guess you could say, cheat type mods. Where you're just modifying the attributes of stuff or changing how often certain things spawn. It's a bit of a shame, really.
So if I'm hearing right, there is no replacement. Like there's no swapping out mod building. It's literally just tweaking numbers. So like if you want to tweak the price of something, it could do that. But it can't swap text, like can't swap information out.
With that program, yes. If you want to do that kind of stuff, you'll have to find some other program with which to do it. Or, well, rather, you'll need to figure out some other way. Because it doesn't look like there's a convenient mod builder for the other types. You just gotta make and replace the appropriate files, which is what I'm trying to figure out how to do. Sorry, it would appear that we've jumped into the deep end of modding a little bit here. It's not nearly so developed a modding environment as say Minecraft, where there's tutorials everywhere for everything.
Mm-hmm. As it sounds like Hunter Call of the Wild, that's like something that people are just generally content with what the developers have made, but then also like while Minecraft welcomes modding, at least we could say.
And the very nature of what Minecraft is lends itself to being fertile ground for modding, because it's a sandbox game. It's about making the world your own. And what is modding but the next step of that?
Mm-hmm. So, if on Minecraft, if you want to download a hunting mod pack, and also download a space Minecraft, like space weapons or fantasy weapon guns or stuff, you can do that. That will be.
I'm pretty sure there's at least 15 mods for both.
Yeah, and so, like,
oh, okay, maybe for space exploration, there's probably more like 4. Those mods tend to be pretty large by their nature.
Mm-hmm. But not even space exploration, just having space guns, space weapons. Yeah.
Oh yeah, if you just want laser pistols, I'm sure there's plenty that do that.
Yeah.
As for the hunting aspect, well, let's see. Yeah, Biomes of Plenty just adds a lot of miscellaneous critters, so there's a decent start. Um, Probably want to have some relatively dangerous games, so something like, yeah, Myconites and mobs would probably be good in there. Yeah, it wouldn't be hard to make such a mod pack. But
Yeah, sure. What's that? Okay. You're just gonna make the bows dumb cheap? That's what you want to do.
honestly, do something else for now, because
He's having to like
yeah,
it sounds like he's having to search into like the ancient archives of the internet right now to be able to figure out how to work with pretty much an archaic. It sounds like the Hunter Call of the Wild uses a pretty archaic.
yeah, it doesn't. Yeah, I don't know what an what an EE file is. I don't know what a BL file is. Yeah, no, all this stuff is just.
So think about it. If
Yes.
David doesn't know, like again, this is why you're like trying to have me help you, and this is
That's why I don't want.
because I will have to teach myself how to code. I'll probably will have to go to coding school or go to mod coding school at least.
Admittedly, a texture replacer probably isn't going to involve a single scrap of code. It's a matter of figuring out what the hell all these different types of files are and how to actually work with them.
Mm-hmm. So if we want to, we could go through step while we wait for. So we got game and 2 sections of reading. Like do that. All right.
So in truth, I'm probably going to get off the call for now,
Okay.
just because I'm probably not going to be done figuring this out today. Yeah. Sorry, this is a mess.
Yeah. So are you setting yourself to learning it though, or is it such a mess that you're like, I don't have time for this? Where are you leaning towards?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
For now, I'm going to do additional research, see if I can figure it out. And if I can, great. But I don't think I'm willing to sink multiple days into it if I don't see the end in sight, if that makes sense.
Yeah. So question. So knowing how it is here, would you accept a message a day to see where you're at until either it's a complete yes or a complete no?
That seems reasonable, yeah.
Okay, so you hear that, my friend? The gate is open for a message a day to see where he's at.
Yeah, I'll probably know whether or not it's whether or not I'm committing by tomorrow.
Okay.
Just because by then I'll either have found a way forward or have given up because I can't find a way forward. One of the two. Yeah. All right.
Well,
Well,
let's say thank you for diving into a deep pool that we just don't even know how to dive at this. We don't even know how to swim at this point, and you at least know how to paddle. And so thank you.
yes. All right.
All right.
Yeah. I guess I'll talk to you another time.
Yep. See you tonight, David.
Yep.
Toodles. So first click it and hit. No, so hang up because I got on to. Sorry, so either he'll let me know by tomorrow, or if anything, we can message him to Monday. We can. We just have to do it before we go. Yep. So you ready for 2 sections of reading? All right, let's do it. You want to do Bio Project first? Okay. All right. So do you want to connect the headphones? Because we can't do speakers. Or do you just want to watch at the same time on both screens? You want to unplug it and bring it over here to the soundboard? So this is a 3.5. What you have on the end is a 3.5 millimeter. What this does, there is no 3.5 millimeter on the back of that. There's only, I think this is 6.5, 6.3. Yeah. And so, so I take the adapter and I just
You've probably heard the word holy before, or at least sang it in a church song once or twice. And for most people, this idea is really just connected to being a morally good person. So God is holy because he's morally perfect.
Yeah, that is part of it. But in the Bible, the idea of holiness is even bigger and more rich. What it's really describing is how God is the creative force behind the whole universe. He's the one and only being with the power to make a world full of such beauty and life. And so all these abilities, they make God utterly unique, which is the meaning of the word holy. So a helpful way to think about God's holiness is by using the sun as a metaphor. The sun is unique, at least within our solar system, and it's really powerful. It's the source of all this beautiful life on our planet. And so you could say that the sun is holy. And you can actually take this metaphor even further in that the whole area around the sun is also holy.
Yeah, because the closer you get to the sun, the more intense it gets.
Yeah, exactly. So that very power and goodness that generates all this life is also dangerous. I mean, the sun, if you get too close, will annihilate you. And in the same way, there's this paradox at the heart of God's own holiness, because if you're impure, his presence is dangerous to you. And not because it's bad, but because it's so good. And so the first time we see this paradox of God's holiness, it's in the story of Moses and the burning bush.
So God tells Moses to take off his sandals because he's standing on holy ground. And Moses covers his face in fear, and God says, hey, don't come any closer. It's intense.
It's actually that intensity of God's holiness that's explored even more in the stories about Israel's temple, which was the main place where God's holy presence was located. And at the center of the temple was this room called the Most Holy Place, this the hot spot of God's presence. And whether you're an Israelite living in the land around the temple or a priest working right in the temple, you're in proximity to God's holy presence, which is dangerous.
Yeah, this is a problem. So how's it supposed to work?
Well, in the Bible, the solution is that you need to become pure.
So like being morally pure.
Yeah, and that's easy enough to understand. But the Bible spends a lot of time talking about another kind of purity, being ritually pure, which is a state where you separate yourself from anything related to death, like touching things like diseased skin or dead bodies or even certain bodily fluids. All these make you impure. And becoming ritually impure isn't necessarily sinful. What's wrong is waltzing into God's presence when you're in an impure state. And so that's why God gave the Israelites very clear instructions for knowing when they were impure, steps to become pure, so that they could go into the temple again.
So that's what the book of Leviticus is about.
Right. But it doesn't stop there. This idea keeps developing. So later in the scriptures, we find this really interesting story by a prophet named Isaiah. And he has this crazy vision where he's in the temple and he's right in God's presence. He's totally terrified.
Yeah, he knows the rules. He shouldn't even be in there. and he's worried about being destroyed.
And then this crazy creature called a seraphim,
Yeah, that is a crazy creature.
totally. So it flies over with a hot coal, and then it sears Isaiah's lips with the coal and says something really weird. Your guilt is taken away, and your sin is atoned for.
So this burning coal somehow makes Isaiah pure.
Yeah, it's remarkable because normally if you touch something impure, it transfers its impurity to you. But now here's this new idea where you have this coal, this very holy and pure object, and it touches Isaiah, and it transfers its purity to him. Isaiah is not destroyed by God's holiness. He's transformed by it. I mean, the implications of this are just huge. But there's one more development, this time from another prophet, Ezekiel. And he has this vision where he's standing at the temple and he sees water trickling out from it. And then that water turns into a stream, and then it grows into a deep river that starts flowing through the desert, leaving this trail of green trees behind it. And then it flows into the Dead Sea, making everything fresh and alive.
So instead of becoming pure first and then going into the temple, here God's holiness comes out from the temple, making things pure and bringing them to life. What does it all mean?
So we don't know until we meet this man, Jesus. And he claims that he's fulfilling all of these ancient visions, but in surprising new ways. So Jesus, he went around touching people who are impure, people with skin diseases, a woman with chronic bleeding, or dead people. And when he touches them, their impurity should transfer over to Jesus, but instead, Jesus' purity transfers to them and actually heals their bodies.
Jesus is like that holy coal in Isaiah's vision.
Right. And Jesus claimed that he was the human embodiment of God's own holiness, and that he and his followers were now God's temple, so that through them, God's holy presence would go out into the world and bring life and healing and hope. And so this is why Jesus described his followers as having streams of living water flowing out of them.
So this is our part of the story where we find ourselves now, but where's this all heading?
So the last pages of the Bible end with a final vision about God's holiness. And this time it's by a guy named John. And in his vision, we see the whole world made completely new. The entire earth has become God's temple. And Ezekiel's river is there, flowing out of God's presence, immersing all of creation, removing all impurity, and bringing everything back to life.
We believe the Bible.
So takeaway. Okay. So in the ancient time, there was corruption. Like they understood that, especially being up next to a good holy God. And so usually that corruption, like if I'm corrupted and I touch you, my corruption usually spreads to you. Like my uncleanness spreads onto you. And generally speaking, being unclean wasn't a bad thing unless it, like obviously unless it's from like terrible impurity, like not loving your neighbor. But there's this general sense of like it's almost impossible to be in a clean state until Isaiah is in the temple. Is it Isaiah or Ezekiel? Isaiah? Right. Yep, Isaiah. So Isaiah's in the temple, and there's this coal singes his lips. And what does it do to his body? Yeah, and so then we also have this crazy moment where water is flowing from the temple, streams out, and even makes everything, even the Dead Sea, which is like super salt, right? And it makes it refreshing and bubbly. Yeah. And so now, like, okay, what do we do with this information? Then Jesus comes on the scene, and he's that refreshment. His holiness is transferring to others, making them holy. And then his death and resurrection is what enables all to the now to be his temple where the holiness is spreading. All right. Let's read some Romans part 2. Perfect now. What's up, friend? But a lot of flexibility has already happened, so we gotta trail on, go forth. Okay. Yep. So we already read the introduction so many times. It's the same. So here's Rome. An ancient map. All right, Romans chapter 9, verse 1 through 5. The privilege and tragedy of Israel. King Jesus, you're holy, wonderful, true, and amazing. We thank you for your goodness. We thank you that it is your holiness that has cleansed us of all unrighteousness. So that now we can, through serving and loving the other, live in right relationship towards our neighbors and towards you. You have enabled that, King Jesus, and we look to you. Wonderful, awesome name. Amen. The privileges and tragedy of Israel. I'm speaking the truth in the Messiah. I'm not lying. I call my conscience as witness in the Holy Spirit that I have great sorrow and endless pain in my heart, left to my own self. I am half inclined to pray that I would be accursed, cut off from the Messiah on behalf of my own family, my own flesh and blood relatives. They are Israelites, the sonship, the glory, the covenants, the giving of the law, the worship, and the promises all belong to them. The patriarchs are their ancestors, and it is from them, according to the flesh, that the Messiah has come, who is God over all, blessed forever. Amen. This morning's newspaper carries a whole page of correspondence about an ugly fact of modern life. Anti-Semitism is on the rise again. Jews have been attacked and threatened, vilified and abused in many cities in our supposedly civilized world. Old lies about the Jews, long since disproved and discredited, have been revived, published, and widely circulated. And the letter writers are asking, could this be because of people's antipathy, not to Jews as such or their Semitic origins and any, but to the policies of the present Israeli government? This in turn generates a second level debate, often as bitter as the first. Does opposing the policies of a government mean that you are prejudiced against the nation in question? Are you prejudiced because you criticize, or do you criticize because you're prejudiced? It doesn't take much of an argument like that to make most of us throw up our hands in frustration and change the subject. Meanwhile, hatred and violence continue unchecked on their vicious spiral. This is where we have to begin if we're going to read the next 3 chapters with any kind of integrity today. Please note, I do not say that we must let our present debates determine what we are prepared to let Paul say. We are here to listen to him and ponder the meaning of what he says, not to project on to him either the views we want to hear, so that we can enjoy the echo of our own voices, or the views we don't want to hear, so we can enjoy telling him off for his wrong-headedness. But no Christian today can ignore the fact that for many centuries, anti-Semitism flourished across large areas of Christendom. And the church not only did nothing to prevent it, but added fuel to the fire by declaring, for instance, that the Jews killed Jesus, despite the instances of all 4 Gospels that it was the Romans. Faced with the present passage, which speaks in every line of God's purposes for Israel, and which proposes a Christian understanding of that difficult and dangerous subject, we must pause and reflect in sorrow and humility on how our own faith in scriptures have been abused in the support of dangerous prejudices, and we must pray for wisdom to do better. We need your wisdom, King Jesus. This does not mean and will be bound to misunderstand Romans if we thought it did mean that Paul will support the kind of idea which has been fashionable of late, that everyone must follow their own idea of God, must follow their own type of faith, and must be given to their own devices in doing so, since all faiths are of equal value. I think people are gradually coming to realize that not all beliefs are healthy and life-giving, and that not all lifestyles are equally honoring to ourselves as human beings, let alone to the God in whose image we are made. But what Paul is doing in this passage goes beyond that debate. He wants to do two things which people still have a hard time putting together. He wants, and you ready for clincher? He wants to affirm passionately that God really did choose the Jews and equip them to be his people for the world. And he wants to affirm equally passionately that Jesus of Nazareth really was and is Israel's Messiah. Indeed, the second depends on the first. Unless you believe in God's unique call to Israel, you miss the point of believing in the Messiah altogether. The Messiah comes, as Paul hints, by putting him at the climax of the list of Israel's privileges in verse 4 and 5, as a culmination of God's work, in line with all the privileges and promises of old. That, of course, is the problem for Paul and for us. For Paul, it meant the constant mental and emotional turmoil of believing that Jesus was the promised Messiah and knowing that most of his fellow Jews rejected this belief. He was like someone driving in convoy who takes a particular turn in the road and then watches in horror as most of the other cars take the other fork. They think he's wrong. He thinks they're wrong. What is worse, he really does believe that the road he has taken is the only road to the fulfillment of God's great promises. What will happen to them? Why did they go that way, ignoring the signs that made him take the other fork? Unless we recognize that Paul thought like that, we won't understand why he's so sad or why he thinks of praying the desperate prayer he mentions in verse 3. So, here's a road. And so, Paul, through seeing the good work of the Messiah, believing that he is the Messiah of the Jews, takes the fork and follows him. But then he watches in horror as his fellow Jewish brother and sister follow this road to destruction. And he's sad. And I think, yeah, it's just sad. That, of course, is the problem for Paul and for us. Paul is meant to... Sadness indeed is what we find here. Paul's description of his state of heart in verse 1, 2, and 3 reminds me of the sort of thing people say when they are in the depths of grief or suffering from severe depression. When you're in that state, everything that happens, every word you hear, every sight you see is colored by the fact that something has gone desperately wrong. You can't forget it for a moment. Paul was a master of writing and speaking. And he knows exactly the effect the sudden outbursts are produced. The end of chapter 8 was and is glorious, meant to lead us to one of the highest points of Christian celebration and reflection. But in the present life, such moments are always balanced by the sorrowful realization of the dark shadow which the bright light now casts. And that realization is meant to lead us into prayer, humility, reflection, and wisdom. That reflection must begin by noticing that all the privileges Paul mentions in verses 4 and 5 are things he has already mentioned in the first 8 chapters of the letter, not least in the majestic chapter that has been closed. He has declared that all who belong to Messiah are God's adopted children. They rejoice in the hope of God's glory. The covenant promises have been fulfilled in Messiah, and now theirs by right. What the law could not do, God has done, and those in the Messiah now benefit from it. They are the ones who are learning the true worship of loving God and obeying him in faith. They inherit the promises made to the patriarchs, and they are, of course, defined as the people of the Messiah, despite the fact that most of them are not ethnically Jewish. We have met this theme as well, of course, over and over again in the earlier chapters of Romans. People have often imagined that chapters 9 and 11 are a kind of bracket, an appendix, tackling a different subject to the rest of the letter. But that only shows how badly Romans as a whole has been misread. The whole letter is about the way God is fulfilling his ancient promises in and through Jesus, and that this will mean in practice. This eminently raises the question of a proper Christian attitude towards those Jews who do not accept Jesus the Messiah. Now we begin to find, well, not an easy answer, and some would say not an answer in the satisfying sense at all, rather a way of thinking, which is rooted in a way of praying, which is rooted in love and grief. Perhaps at the start of the 21st century, we can hope that Christian people will ponder these things more deeply and learn fresh wisdom. As we do, we may just note that Paul has set a pattern at the end of verse 5 for what is to come. The Messiah is from the Jewish people according to the flesh, and his flesh and blood identity. But he is also Lord of all, the incarnate God who claims the allegiance to people of every race and nation. That is the point of tension, the fault line which Paul's argument will now straddle. The Jews really are the people of the Messiah, but they are that according to the flesh. The Messiah really does belong to them, but only in the fleshly sense, and he also belongs to the whole world as its rightful Lord. We are now reminded of what Paul said at the beginning of the whole letter in chapter 1, of the way that statement worked out in the following chapters. Something similar is going to happen this time as well. To ponder all this in prayer, and to refrain from wrath or prejudice judgment as we do so, is the only possible way forward for mature Christian reflection. King Jesus, as the tension is happening in Israel, Palestine, we dwell on this moment. We dwell on how the Messiah is Jewish according to the flesh, but you're also Lord of the world. May we just meditate and dwell on you as attention is the tension. And we look to you. May we serve deeply as you have served, King Jesus. May we die to ourselves. However that looks, either that means actually dying or however dying to ourselves look for each one of us. But we look to you. We need you. We need your wisdom. Amen. All right, friend. And I'll be right back.
45. It's 45.
There you go.
know how this is not exploding yet.
Yeah. Some big numbers. Yeah.
What happened? What's happening?
Cold ore.
Oh!
Mention. Yeah. I have no idea.
got more nuclear weapons.
Oh, is that the Mission Impossible screen? Oh. Go 9 minutes with the go-to step, okay? All right, we're at time, my friend. At the very end. Oh, say it, Mr. Golson. Go on, how about- Hmm. All right, so after that, we go through step.
I drop iron.
All right. Are you ready for me to start reading? Huh? You're hungry? All right, hydrate up too, please. Hmm. For some reason, he told Laswell that to just keep it, pretty much. Huh? Oh. Shot. Yes. No. I mean, we'll. Hmm. Romans chapter 9, verse 6 to 13, Abraham's two families. So remember, Jesus is the Messiah in the flesh, and yet he is Lord of the world. So the Israelites are blessed because they are in the flesh, they have the Messiah. Hey, love. Oh. Hey, Bailey. I'm going to ask you to pause that while I read, okay? Then after I'm done reading, you can hit play, but I just need you to pause it while I'm reading, okay? Thank you. Or you could, yeah. Thank you. Abraham's two families. But it can't be the case that God's word has failed. Not all who are from Israel you see are in fact Israel, nor is it the case that all the children count as seed of Abraham. No, in Isaac shall your seed be named. That means that it isn't the flesh and blood children who are God's children. Rather, it is the children of the promise who be calculated as seed. This was what the promise said. You see, around this time I shall return and Sarah shall have a son. And that's not all. The same thing happened when Rebekah conceived children by one man, our ancestor Isaac. When they had not yet been born and had done nothing either good or bad, so that what God had in mind in making his choice might come to pass. Not because of works, but because of the one who calls. It was said to her, the elder shall serve the younger. As the Bible says, I loved Jacob, but I hated Esau. Okay. When you walk or drive through unfamiliar territory, you have to rely on the map. It is the bottom line. If you find yourself somewhere you didn't expect, you scratch your head. Get out the map again and figure out where you went wrong. You mistook that turning for this one. So you took the road that went over there instead of over here. So no wonder you've landed up on the wrong side of the river. You'll have to go back and start. You okay? Have you hydrated? Okay. You have to go back and start again from the place where you made the mistake. So it is, of course, possible in theory that the map might be wrong. Map makers are fallible human beings like the rest of us, but if that's so, then you really are lost or nothing you can trust. That what we see in this passage in the next one, right through the verse 29, is Paul going back to the beginning of the map and starting again. Jewish thinkers in his day often retold the story of Israel beginning with Abraham or even with Adam, in order to explain the whole sequence of God's actions and their history up to the present day, even beyond. Paul is doing something similar. Here he tells from one surprising angle, the story of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, and of Ishmael and Esau as well, in order to explain what the map, God's word of promise, had in mind all along. He had misread it. He now believes and is eager to help others who had misread it in the same way. As far as Paul is concerned, the map, so the Israelites thought because of the sins of Abraham, they got it good. But he's showing that you have to be children of the promise. So to be chosen. And he's going to say like what the children of the promise looks like. As far as Paul is concerned, the map to scriptures, which he believed to be God's word, could not be wrong. You can hold in your mind the theoretical possibility that they may have got it wrong, that God might have made a blunder or changed his mind or simply been unable to carry out what he had intended. But if that is so, you really are lost. There's nothing and nobody you can trust. Everything Paul has said so far in the letter, based as it is on God's promises, would then be worthless. So, there is a camp that thinks the Bible has gotten it wrong. But that's like if you're traveling and if you don't believe the map, then what do you hold to get you places? Be me if I don't trust the GPS every time I travel. Can you see that we just are all over the place? And so sometimes, though, we can misread the map. And Paul believed until he saw Jesus, when he was killing he was killing people who follow Jesus. But then Jesus showed up and is like, what are you doing? He's like, oh, snap. I have been reading the map wrong. And so now he's showing how to properly read the map. Many people today, of course, would cheerfully say that if there is a God, he or she or it seems to have made all kinds of blunders. The world is indeed chaotic. They say there's no sense to it except the law of the jungle. Lots of people live on that basis. That is one reason why the world is in a mess. The theory becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. But Paul is committed, and Christianity, like Judaism, is committed to a different belief. That it is we who have made the blunders, and that to accuse God of them is sheer projection. Like a drunken stumbling into a ditch and accusing the road makers of tripping him up. Or like someone holding the map upside down and then, upon arriving at a dead end, accusing the map maker of incompetence. The question of the faithfulness and justice of the one true God, the question of all thinking humans must come to sooner or later, is on the table at this point. And though we may not like what we hear, there is no turning back. What did Paul discover when he went back to the map, to the ancient stories of the patriarchs and the promises God made to them? Just this, that from the very beginning, you ready for clincher? So this is the map. That from the very beginning, God seems to have decided to work his strange purposes by means not only of choosing one family of the whole human race, but by continuing that practice within the chosen family itself. So he chose a family, the sons of Abraham, but even within that family, he has chosen people in that family itself to keep on the promise giving. This, in fact, would have been uncontroversial among Jewish thinkers of his day. As far as the first three generations were concerned, everyone knew that God had chosen Isaac rather than Ishmael, and Jacob rather than Esau. Paul assumes his readers know the story of the book of Genesis, in which Abraham had two sons, Isaac by his wife Sarah, and Ishmael by Sarah's maid Hagar. And Isaac had two twin sons, Esau and Jacob, by his wife Rebekah. What Paul is going to suggest, though, is that the principle on which God was operating goes deeper and further than his contemporaries and he himself had realized. I'm just removing that. There we go. Ready for a clincher? The first point is that the practice of selection, of God working his purposes through some and not others, was intended to continue past Jacob and on into the subsequent history of Israel. It had continued, in fact, right down to the point where the Messiah had carried Israel's destiny all by himself. So the practice of choosing went beyond just Ishmael and Jacob. He kept on choosing who he was going to keep his purposes with, his promise with. When Paul arrives at last at chapter 10, the central point of the argument of these chapters, we realize that this was where the whole story had been heading. God's purpose was to act within history to deal with the problem of evil. But this could only be done by employing a people who were themselves part of the problem, until the time was right for God's own Son to emerge from their midst and all along to take their destiny upon themselves. The second point is that this principle of selection, of God choosing to carry forward his plan by some rather than others, was done without regard for the moral character of the people involved. Paul perhaps has in mind at this point the regular Jewish proposal that God choose Abraham because he was a man of outstanding moral and spiritual ability, with the implication that the status of Israel as God's chosen people was similar, dependent on their being morally and spiritually superior to the rest of the human race. Paul spent quite a bit of time early in the letters proving this suggestion without suggesting for a moment that Israel's special status didn't matter. Now he returns to the point in order to tell the long, winding story of God's dealing with Israel from Abraham to his own. The main thing he wants to say at this stage from the start is that the promises God made to Abraham and Sarah, and then to Isaac and Rebekah, always envisioned this process of selection. God's promise would be carried forward by the seed of Abraham. But when you examine the promises closely, Paul's quoting here from Genesis, throwing in Malachi for good measure. So, now, Clinch, are you ready? It turns out that the seed of Abraham was never to include every single physical child descended from the first patriarch. Sarah's children, not Hagar's, would count. The promise would relate to Isaac, not Ishmael. On reading verse 6, 7, 8, you can imagine someone saying, well, that's fine. It's obviously because Sarah was Abraham's wife, whereas Hagar, Ishmael's mother, was simply a servant girl. But Paul won't allow that. The next generation proves the point. Esau and Jacob were twins, sharing not only the same mother, but the same single moment of conception. And yet God's purpose, announced before they were born, was that the line of promise would run through Jacob rather than Esau. A word reaffirming roughly 1,000 years later, as the prophet Malachi reflects on what had happened to the descendants of the two brothers in the subsequent centuries. Many people feel uneasy reading these verses, and that uneasiness comes to the boiling point in verse 13. Hasn't Paul managed to rescue God from the charge of incompetence, of failing to do what he promised, only to land him instead into a much worse one of flagrant favoritism and injustice? Paul is as well aware of this question as we are, as the very next verse will show, but we should reflect as well on what Malachi himself meant when he said that God loved Jacob but hated Esau. There was no question that God had done remarkable things for Israel, Jacob's family, while Edom, the family of Esau, had collapsed into insignificance. But, last clincher, ready? But the point the prophet was making was that this now increased the responsibility and culpability of Israel. The thrust was not, you are special so you can sit back and take it easy. It was always, you are special. So why are you taking God for granted, failing to honor him, and ignoring your call to carry forward his purposes? God's choice never results in easy, arrogant, automatic superiority. Much is expected of those to whom much is given. So the descendants were chosen, but that doesn't mean that there was nothing there's nothing special about them for Yahweh to choose them. It was just through them the nation's supposed to be blessed. The error happened, and Israel fell into this at the time, is they thought, okay, since we're the chosen people, we're the stuff. We got it good. Yeah. We could hold the promise for ourselves and not share it with the nations. But that was not the point, and that's why Jesus is the chosen person, the chosen race who will hold Israel's promise and actually fulfill it to the end. He did what the rest of Israel could not do. All right, friend, we can start. What's up, Hannah? I am about. Oh yeah, I'm like on either I think 3/4 through chapter 2. Can't. He's currently away from computer. What's up? Yeah. Yeah, you can do anything with lures, but yeah, you know my point. Yeah. Yes, friend? change the background? Sounds exactly right. Time mapper, need the lightning. I see. So I have to work with the money I have. Let me see what's that. Yes, love. Anytime. I'll say anytime after 4. That's completely safe. Nothing.
Absolutely not.
Right.
Hold on. Gotcha, nailed. I'm nerd.
Hmm.
Quietly.
Oh man. Alright. If this actually will increase. I just In the very beginning of the day, though, to be fair, you're getting mad because no one's letting you make it explode. But now you learn like the true objective of the game, you know?
Totally nothing's going on. Totally.
Hmm. No longer game money. All garbage. Oh, I do gain I think a little bit of money actually. Huh. Okay. Okay, I do get 4%. girlfriend.